Welcome to the Startup Business Festival. This is a dynamic, month-long hybrid event aimed at redefining entrepreneurship, making it not just a pursuit but a lifestyle. Focused on tech entrepreneurship in environmental, creative and cultural, financial and economic, and social sectors, the event strives to foster a vibrant community of entrepreneurs, investors, community leaders, industry captains, thought leaders, and practitioners committed to nurturing a thriving and resilient entrepreneurial ecosystem.
Hey, what's poppin', everybody? Welcome to the Startup Business Festival. I am your host, Karabo Mohola, the Chief Storyteller for the Startup Business Festival, but I am the curator for this beautiful event. And I'd like to welcome all of you that are tuning in on different platforms. So please do make sure if you guys are following us on our social media platform, you can find us on Facebook. We are at Startup Business Festival. You can also catch us on Instagram. We are at Startup Business Festival. We are also on X at Startup Biz Fest. And also, we're on YouTube at Startup Business Festival. Please don't forget our hashtag SBF2023, and also hashtag CEHack2023, which is our circular economy hackathon happening from the 1st till the 3rd of December. Now, this is a beautiful Tuesday, and I'd like to welcome you to a beautiful week where we're focusing on entrepreneurship for social change. Now, I am the curator for Startup Business Festival. Now, the Startup Business Festival is a transformative, a 30 days event that takes place throughout the month of November. Now, our festival is not just an assembly of entrepreneurs. It is a convergence, a celebration, and as well as an innovation of inspiration. Now, at its core, the Startup Business Festival endeavors to redefine entrepreneurship, making it not only a viable venture, but also a trend-setting and accessible pursuit. Of course, we thrive on making entrepreneurship fashionable and attainable. And of course, we do believe in the power of entrepreneurship to effect positive change in all facets of society. Thus, our focus extends across the environmental, economic, social, and as well as the cultural and creative sectors. Now, by embracing a holistic approach, we thrive to create a dynamic platform that nurtures diverse ideas that catalyzes comprehensive growth. And of course, throughout the course of the month, we bring together key players within the entrepreneurial ecosystem alongside thought and practice leaders who have carved a path of innovation and as well as success. Now, anchored by a multifaceted lineup, the festival features an array of events which are designed to enrich and also empower participants. Now, throughout the festival, we have keynotes, masterclasses, workshops, panel discussions, showcases, pitches, exhibitions, live performances, bioscopes, and of course, we have networking events. Now, the theme for this year's event is building a resilient startup ecosystem. Now, in these challenging times, this theme stands as a beacon of hope and determination, highlighting the critical importance of resilience in entrepreneurship as a driving force behind sustained growth and as well as prosperity. Now, for us to achieve this ambitious goal, we are wholeheartedly dedicated to equipping entrepreneurs with essential tools and knowledge required for them to establish their startups that can weather the storms and, of course, emerge even much stronger. Now, our event does more than just convene. It thrives to foster a robust community. This community comprising of entrepreneurs, investors, community leaders, industry pioneers, and thought and practice leaders who are dedicated to nurturing an conducive environmental ecosystem. And together we can strive to craft a brighter future, one where entrepreneurs not only survive but thrive in the ever evolving landscape. And of course, in a world where uncertainty becomes certainty, resilience now becomes our most valuable asset. We believe that by focusing on resilience, by investing in skills and mindsets needed for entrepreneurs to face adversity, we can chart towards a much brighter future and, of course, a much prosperous one. So, throughout the festival, let us embark on this journey together. Let us remember the power of resilience, the strength of our commitment, and the potential that lies within each and every single one of us. And together we can weather any storm and launch towards new horizons and shape the future of entrepreneurship in Africa. And as I have stated, I am your host, Karabo Mhudi, the Chief Storyteller for the Startup Business Festival. Now, before we go any further, let's take a look at the rules of engagement. All right, so please do make sure you guys all remain muted on this platform. Let's respect all speakers. Let's also take pictures and post online, tag in the festival pages. Don't forget to hashtag SBF 2023 and hashtag CEHack 2023. And also let's engage, let's use the chat box to send through questions. Now, as I've stated, this is week 2 where we focus on entrepreneurship for social change. Now, social entrepreneurs with a profound commitment to meaningful change infuse the entrepreneurial ecosystem with a unique and heartfelt power. Now, they stand as beacon of compassion and innovation, navigating the delicate intersection of business acumen and societal impact. Now, driven solemnly not by profit, but by a fervent desire to address pressing societal issues, these entrepreneurs become an architects of transformation. Their ventures serve as a model of conscious capitalism, injecting empathy into the often unyielding world of business. Now, with each endeavor, social entrepreneurs spark a ripple effect, inspiring not only economic advancement, but also fostering a deeper sense of community, equality, and as well as compassion. Now, their power lies not just in the bottom lines, but in the hearts touched, in the communities uplifted, and in the unbelieving of businesses that can force a profound for positive change. Now, today I'm joined by a phenomenal speaker who will be taking us through a masterclass speaking about the shaping of the future of social entrepreneurs. I'm joined by Lungile Maila. Now, Lungile Maila is a founder of Nubian Smarts, an ed-tech startup based in east of Johannesburg. Now, Nubian Smarts specializes in creating educational mobile games centered around making learning fun. Now, she is a staunch believer in the power of education, and it's this belief that drives her determination in creating innovation and engaging educational solutions that can empower children all in Africa. Now, Lungile is for sure joining us today. Lungile, how are you?
Hello,
Lungile, how are you?
I'm very well.
I am good, thank you, thank you. So first and foremost, thank you so much for joining us on this beautiful platform. Obviously, we're focusing on the Startup Business Festival, making entrepreneurship fashionable and attainable. Lungile, what does it, what first comes to your mind when you hear about a 30 days business festival? What's the first thing that comes to your mind?
Wow, it's only wow. I can only say wow. I think if you don't start a business after attending a 30-day business festival, then something is missing.
That's true. That's true. Have you been part of the festival, or this is your first year being part of the festival?
It's the first time I'm part of the festival, so I'm super excited.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
only learned about
It's
the
it's
festival like 2 days ago, so I'm super excited.
it's amazing. Let's hope for sure that it's the first of many. And what are you also willing to take from the festival?
Just really engaging with other entrepreneurs and
Hmm.
finding out their life journeys and their stories. I think there's power in the stories that we tell, and they're able to
Very true.
change lives. Yeah.
Very true. I know that obviously this is not part of the program, but when we speak about journeys, yesterday I had an amazing conversation with Charlotte Duplessis. She is the CEO of a Woman of Stature, and
Mhm.
she spoke about her journey as an entrepreneur. Obviously, she was working in a travel agency, so she was a woman that was traveling all around the world, but she felt like she was not reaching her full potential. She felt like there's more to life than what I have. So I really was blown away by her level of being uncomfortable, being comfortable. So I believe that the stories that each entrepreneur has, it's so profound because I think entrepreneurs are made in these um, uh, you know difficult moments in their lives that can really shape them. And she also spoke about the element of entrepreneurship is really being molded by life, being molded by people you engage with, being molded by
Mhm.
a certain environment that you're from. So obviously, speaking to entrepreneurs and having to hear their story, it's amazing to see what someone can make out of a situation, making something out of themselves. So yeah, I really hope this festival becomes enlightening for you, and of course you begin to engage with as many people as possible. Without any further ado, Lungile Maile, I hope I say your last name correct. I'm going to allow
You
you to take us to
did.
yeah. I'm going to allow you to take us to your masterclass. Okay,
All right. Thank you so much.
pleasure.
All right. So I can start. There
Yes,
you
yes, you
go.
can.
All right. Good morning, everybody. As Garabo has so beautifully introduced me, much better than I would have done. My name is Lungile Maile. I am the founder of Nubian Smarts, and today we're going to be speaking about shaping the future of social entrepreneurship. So, apart from the many roles that I play and I'm very proud of, I am a social entrepreneur. A bit of background around me. I started Nubian Smarts in 2016. The dream started in 2016. And since then, my life has changed a full 360. I've been part of the most inspiring women in South Africa for 2018. Uh, I've been part of the SAP Social Innovation. I've been part of Ekurhuleni 1,000 Shining Stars. I've been one of the Women in Tech Africa nominees. So a lot has happened, but really, my story really starts off within the FMCG sector. So I was your normal production or factory worker back in 2016 when the idea for Nubian Smarts really started. And it started as somewhat a problem that I saw, and a problem that I saw within the environment that I was working in. So mainly what happened was there was a lot of automation that was being introduced within the business, which really changed the landscape in terms of what the minimum educational requirements are for people that are joining the company. So your operators that were already hired, they now that we're running the manual side of packing cases at the end of a production line. So if you can imagine at a production line where you are packing cool drinks or water or juices or anything like that, you'd have your pallets that are now being stacked. Back then, before the automation, they would be stacked by people. So two or four guys would be standing at the end of the line and packing the actual pallets. Now, these were people that had a grade 10 or less in terms of educational qualification. And these are then the people that when these new high-speed automation machines that your palletizers and so forth were introduced, now needed to have problem-solving skills in order to run this machinery. And the best way the business could really figure out if somebody is really qualified was by saying that you needed to have a grade 12 with maths and science in order to be able to become an operator for this machine. Obviously, the business is looking at itself in terms of ensuring that they are protecting their assets by ensuring that the most qualified people are really operating the machinery. But these gentlemen, or Abu Baba, as I would call them, Labu Baba, could not then now apply for these jobs. And when I spoke to them, I found that a majority of them didn't do maths in grade 10. Main reason being mathematics is not for everyone. Mathematics is hard. Mathematics has no use after high school or after school. Therefore, they didn't see the need. And it got me thinking, but what if my son, who was then 3 years old, what if in 10 years' time he is sitting at the same position where he can't choose mathematics because of thinking the same reason that, you know what, mathematics is not for everybody. And hence the birth of Nubian Smart. So Nubian Smart started off as something as there should be a way to make sure that young learners are able to fall in love with mathematics, fall in love with the STEM subjects, so that at the point where they are able to choose the subjects that they want to do or choose a career path, they are not stopped by the fact that they have fallen out of love with the subject based on how it was taught to them. And we started off with the new Maths Kids app, which was launched in 2017. And ever since then, we've been growing in strides and really learning a lot. The past couple of years have been a growth journey for me and really driven by my need to fix a situation that I saw. Sorry about that. So one of my favorite quotes is from John Elkington, which says, "A better world together we build." It is my belief that we are all capable and we are able to change the world in which we live. Hence, my love of being a social entrepreneur. I really do believe that we are able to do these things and we have the capacity in order to do that, really by really stepping out of our comfort zone, stepping out of where everything seems fine and really finding solutions to problems that are around us. I felt that it wouldn't help if I really started talking about the future of social entrepreneurship, if I really didn't take a chance to really look back at the past. Where did all of this come from? And really, I loved how Karabo explained what social entrepreneurship is about. It's really more than the bottom line. It's about impacting lives. It's about changing communities. It's about changing the world. So in the 1960s, really a whole lot of people started really caring, well, it's documented, started caring about society, about their communities, and really wanting to raise up their hands and say, you know what, I am ready to be the change that I want to see. And really, there was a whole lot of community living. If you look at the 70s, really the decade around people, the hippie decade and so forth, people really about creating communities, being together, knowing that, understanding that when we do things together, we are able to achieve more. In the 80s, we then had social entrepreneurs that were driven by a desire to create a positive change and address social issues. These social issues can be related to the environment, they can be related to people not having access to certain things, as we can see right now in the current state that we're in, where when you find social entrepreneurs, they are really about, I'm trying to bring a product or a service or a solution to a community that wouldn't necessarily have access to this. And then presently, we're finding that more and more companies are really thinking about what kind of impact am I having on the community? Am I changing lives? And how then am I changing lives? So how do I want to be changing lives? What is it that drives me? You do not necessarily have to be a non-profit organization or an NGO, but you could still get the idea of being able to impact lives while still making a profit, while still becoming a sustainable business. Okay, so a couple of stats that I wanted to share with you. Social entrepreneurship is growing. It is growing. It is growing in Africa. I'm going to share a few companies that I've found within Africa. I really couldn't share all of them because even if you look within South Africa, there's so many social entrepreneurship companies or social impact companies all over that are really driven by the need to change lives, not driven by the bottom line. So they are more likely to attract 1.6 times more funds than traditional business ventures because even investors are changing the way they are looking. They not only want to be throwing money with the idea to get a 10x return, still want the 10x return, but you also want to be able to say, I have impacted a community, I have impacted lives. I am now able to say that children in Katlehong are now have fallen in love with mathematics because of the presence of Nubian Smart. And if we help Nubian Smart to grow, then it means that children from Philippi, children from Umlazi, children from Kailicha are able to then get the same support. But in terms of everything else, as a social entrepreneur, we've also found that sustainability within social impact ventures is critical because 86% of them focus on environmental sustainability. But apart from that, apart from ensuring that we're not killing the world in which we live in, but also teaching people, teaching their customers in terms of what it is that drives the change. We are fortunate enough to be living in a world whereby technology drives a whole lot of the things that we do, especially within Africa, which is a continent that is plagued by problems, which really, for a social entrepreneur, is really the diamond that is special about Africa. It is what makes Africa so unique because of the fact that we've got so many problems. So social entrepreneurs are leveraging technology in order to create more models, reach more people, and reduce the price factor, which in a continent such as such as Africa, where you find that a lot of the people are living below the poverty line. If you are a social impact entrepreneur, you are trying to ensure that majority of those people are able to access your product so that the impact is greater. And technology allows us to do that. So within Africa, we are fortunate enough. South Africa, we know the story of Yoko, and really Yoko has done amazing things in terms of being able to go on and above and ensure that businesses in townships, businesses in rural areas are able to utilize smart payment methods in order to ensure that they have growth, in order to ensure that they are able to really track how much money is coming into the business. So it provides financial services and point of sale solutions for small businesses, thereby changing the landscape in terms of what it is that a business can do. It supports economic growth, not at a high level where we are looking at Pick and Pay, but at the spaza shop, at a business like Nubian Smart, allowing us to be able to access payment services directly through their point of sale machineries. Mkopa is from Kenya, and they provide solar powered solutions to off-grid homes in Kenya. So they allow families that wouldn't be able to access solar power because of the high cost of that. They provide the finances, the financial backing for that. So you are able to really lend money in order to be able to purchase that solar power. And if you are looking at within businesses, even here in South Africa, if you think about it, if you're a small business and you really wanted to go off grid, it requires a lot of money. Therefore, if you are able to access a company that is able to fund you in terms of being able to really get that sort of assistance, it is a game changer. So their point is around enabling families to access clean and affordable energy, thereby improving their life conditions, and really getting off the fact that solar power or solar energy is only for the rich. The third company that I'm passionate about, which is really not mine, is Deaf Touch. So Deaf Touch is founded by Claiborne Appice. It's one of my friends. And what I love about the work that they're doing is they've looked at the struggles faced by deaf people in terms of being able to communicate and on things that we take for granted. So, for example, if a deaf person had to be able to really meet up with a new person. So, let us say you are going on a date and you are deaf, and you cannot afford to have an interpreter standing next to you because you've met this beautiful lady called Lungile who cannot, who isn't deaf herself or cannot talk using sign language. It means that through their solutions, you are able to get an on-demand translator online that is then able to really be with you. So they're working with around innovative solutions around ensuring that communication is really opened up for people with for the deaf. We think code teaches young people to become world-class developers, thereby guaranteeing employment in a country, in a continent such as ours, really ensuring that people are able to get skills that ensure that they have jobs, that ensure that at the end of the day, they're able to feed their families, feed their extended families, create communities, become sustainable, become world changers. It's critical. And the last one is Pelebox, which was founded by Neo Huturi. And the story around that is that Neo had found out that he contracted TB, and while he was going to the clinic to go collect his chronic medication, he noticed that you spend a whole lot of time in the clinic, really not there because you are sick, but there because you are collecting medication. And he figured that there could be a better solution to this. There must be a way for us to do this in a way that doesn't really take up too much of your time and doesn't require you to now have to take a day off just because you are collecting medication. And the pellet box was born. So a pellet box is really a smart box in the clinic where your medication would then be dropped off. You would get an SMS notification informing you that your medication is ready with a smart pin that you'd get to your box and be able to use that to unlock the pellet box and get your medication. Thereby, something that could have taken about 8 hours for you to collect this medication now takes a few minutes, just you getting there, collecting the medication and moving out. They've managed to move not just have these pellet boxes within South Africa, but also other sub-Saharan countries. And really, it's one of those where when you think about it, it's somebody going through a problem and really thinking, you know what, there must be a way to do this. There must be a different thing that we can do. And with social entrepreneurs and all this business that I've spoken about, the idea was not, how do I make this so I get 1 million rands or I get 1 billion rands out of it. 1 billion rands is nice to have, but how can I ensure that I am changing lives? How can I ensure that I am making lives of as many people easier as possible? How do I make sure that I not only change the situation for me, but for all other Lungiles out there, for all other Neos out there that are struggling with the same situation? It requires, within being a social entrepreneur, it requires to you to be prepared, really be prepared to be a person who not only finds a solution, but also is willing to go out there and teach your community or teach your customers about your product, but not only about your product, but about the benefits of using a product such as this. So if you think about Yoko, for example, when they first started off, they had to be in the townships, they had to be speaking to the small business owners, they had to be understanding what are the problems that they are struggling with. Why wouldn't they use something like this? And apart from making it cost effective, but also really teaching your customer that the benefits of using such a product is this for your business. So it's not a matter of creating a product and then standing back and saying, well, I've created it and they will come. When you are a social entrepreneur, it does require you to be ready to be creating a market. It's not only about having a product and then the market is there. It's not opening a Pick and Pay and then thinking that people will come through and start buying just because it's there. It means that when you are creating a market, it means that you are actually going out there and really teaching your customers the point of interaction with social entrepreneurs and their customers is really always intertwined. It's always a matter of going back and forth to say, this is what we are doing. How does this work with you? Pelebox, they could have had an app that allowed you to really get that login code and really track as you track your orders through Uber Eats, track the delivery of your medication. But because the communities that they're building this for really are communities where SMS is a language that they understand, is one that they're easily able to access. Their design process in terms of the solution that they were coming up with really centered around that, in ensuring that you constantly go back to speak to your customers and understand their pain points. I know within business, it's one of the major things on your journey that you constantly go back and talk to your customers. But as a social entrepreneur, you are also not just talking, but also understanding what barriers are there for somebody to utilize your product. And those barriers, how then do you ensure that when you are creating this product, you are able to really answer all those pain points and ensure that it's an easy, a smooth transition for a customer to decide that, you know what, I think as a clinic or as a government, we need a pellet box in our clinics or in our hospitals. Please feel free to type, send your questions. I'm more than willing for this to be a discussion. I don't believe that I know everything. I think we all have a bit of knowledge that we can share. I thought it's important that I take you through the journey of Nubian Smarts and really what I've learned as a social entrepreneur over the past couple of years, personally as the founder of Nubian Smarts. So, like I said, in 2017, we had managed to really design the game. I do not have a background in IT, so I'm a non-technical founder of a technical startup. And really what happened was, because I saw that there should be a way in order for children to fall in love with mathematics. And back in 2016, Candy Crush was huge. You'd find people in Texas busy playing Candy Crush, regardless of their ages, from young to old, they were playing Candy Crush. And in my head, it just was like, but there must be a way to get this to something that is not only about people just wasting their time. We could use this for people to learn. And my idea was to then create an educational mobile app that utilized the science behind addictive mobile gaming. So I wanted to create a game that was easy enough for somebody to really want to play, but also engaging, that it's not too easy. Because when something is too easy, then you start getting bored. But when it's also too hard, then you start getting uninterested and disengaged in it, because you are thinking to yourself, well, but it's the mathematics scenario all over again, but then this is too hard, it's not for me. And in my head, I figured that with mathematics, it required you to practice it. A couple of things that I found within the market in terms of looking at educational mobile games that were available at that time, the main issue that I struggled with is that they were not aligned to the South African curriculum. Those that were aligned to the South African curriculum needed a data connectivity in order for the user to use it. The ones that you could be used without needing data, so you could download it and use it, they were telling me about inches and pounds and dollars in terms of counting. And I thought, well, that doesn't help my son in terms of getting him ready for grade 1, because, hey, what is he going to do? He's going to get into class and start saying, this is 3 inches, and the teacher's looking at him like, no, that's not how we measure things here in South Africa. So I figured it had to be aligned to the curriculum. It had to be had the capacity to be utilized without any internet connection. As a busy single working mother who really left home at about 5 in the morning and would sometimes come back at about 7. So it meant that I really didn't have the time or the capacity to help out with homeworks. But I figured if there was a game that he could play and I could check progress based on analytics that the game had collected, then I would be able to say on a Saturday, spend an hour and say, no, my child, I think we need to really help you with getting equipped with counting. And those were the 4 main things that the game needed to be able to do for me. It had to be aligned to the curriculum. It had to be able to be played without an internet connection. It had to have a data analytic that the parent could access. And finally, it had to be small enough for it to be downloaded onto my device, because back then I didn't think I would be the parent who could buy for your 6-year-old a device for them to utilize. So I was like, nah, he's still going to have to use my phone. But I didn't want it to take too much space on my device, because at one point you start losing space and you start thinking, what can I delete? And maybe, just maybe, I might just delete this app because it's not utilized by me anyways. So those were the 4 things that it needed to do. And 2016 December, we started working on the app. 2017, on the actual 17th of January 2017, we had the game launched and uploaded onto the Google Play Store. And in my head, I was done. I was a corporate lady. I was working. I had no problem with my job. I was comfortable. I was comfortable with the growth prospects that were going to come from becoming and from being part of the corporate chain of things. I had my 5-year plan. I had my 10-year plan that involved, from this level, this is what I wanted to do. And I was pretty much satisfied. So the game was created. We had it launched. And fortunately enough, we were selected to be part of the first part of the Google Developers Launchpad Africa, which was done here in Johannesburg. And went through with the developer who had worked on the app, and for about a week, the main question I kept being asked was, how are you going to make money out of this? And little old me didn't know. I thought, no, once you have it on the Google Play Store, people will download it and then they will use it, and then we're going to get 1 million downloads, and then advertisers will start calling us, and that's how we'll make money. That's what I thought. I had only just Googled what American startups were talking about, how you make money out of apps, which was really, you do the premium method, you do the freemium method, you do licensing, you get ads, and that's what I thought. But I knew I didn't want to charge for the app, because remember when I was creating this, I was creating it for me. So personally, back then, I wasn't the type of person who would download and put their banking details onto Google Play Store in order to be charged on a monthly basis. So I knew based on that thinking and based on the people that I had spoken to, which were mainly friends, colleagues, and other parents that I knew, I could sense that a lot of them didn't download the apps because once it starts saying pay, they're like, no, delete. So I knew I didn't want that as to become my business model. So fast forward, I had to come up with a business plan. I joined the Tony Elumelu Foundation, and they took us through a process of creating a business plan. And really, Nubian Smart was then born from there, really understanding who is our customer, what does our customer look like. If our customer is a Lungile, what is a Lungile? Is Lungile a middle class? Is it a parent that works? What kind of access do they have in terms of your user persona? If you're looking at that, how much money do they have? Do they have dispensable income? Can they afford? At what rate can they afford? And we created this at the same time because I wanted this to be aligned to the CAPS curriculum. We had already reached out to the Department of Education and said, this is what we are working on. And fortunately enough, we were very fortunate that Banyaza Lesufi was still part of, was the MEC of Education, and he was really helpful in terms of directing us onto where we could take the app once it was created. Once it was created, it was sent through to the Department of Education's extracurriculum support department. They reviewed the game and came back to us after almost 10 months of us sending it, after about 10 months. And they then informed us that as nice as it is the game, and they agree it is aligned to the CAPS curriculum, it's beautiful stuff, but they're not willing to pay for it. They do not have the resources. Hence, if my business model involved getting assistance from the Department of Education, forget that. And we decided that we were going to trial out the game and we're going to get as many users using it as possible. With regards to going into the schools, we found that schools have a lot of red tape in terms of who the decision makers are, especially with schools that I was in love with. So I'm very much in love with the township economies. I'm in love with rural communities. And this is where I wanted the game to make an impact. I understood that suburban communities already had access. They had the YouTube, they had the devices, they had the Wi-Fi, and they could, in essence, afford those apps that needed a subscription of 160 rands per month. But my communities, my Katlehong, my Togoza, my Fosloras, they didn't have that. So I wanted to bring the solution to them. But the decision makers in terms of primary schools are not within the schools, they are at the district. And that in itself is a long process in order to get there. We then decided if grade ones can't use it, grade R's can use it. And we started piloting at ECD centers mainly because we could go in and walk in and talk to the owner, the decision maker, directly. And we started doing that. We started speaking to the ECD centers. We started piloting at a few ECD centers around Katlehong. And the agreement was really straightforward. Can you please just allow us on a weekly basis to come through, allow the kids to play the game? From there, we'll be collecting data in order to show if there is a change in knowledge, in change in skills transfer based on them playing with the game. We had a control group, others that didn't utilize the games and those that utilized the game. And then after the 4-week period, we really assessed both sides and to see if there was a change in knowledge because the teacher is still the same. Once we were done after our 4-week period, the school then said to us, you know what, we really like what you are doing. The teachers are excited and we would like to, what do we need to do in order to get you coming through on a weekly basis? And our first customers really were born from that, really born from us going into the schools and really speaking to customers. And currently our method of providing the New Mets Kids app is directly through schools. So the schools are the ones that pay us for the service of offering the game. So we sign up schools and we give them a licensing fee. They are able to utilize the New Mets Kids app. We are able to create login details for the children are able to utilize and play. If the school doesn't have a device, we loan them our device and they utilize that one. If they do have resources to buy devices, they then buy the devices and they utilize that, and we just train the teacher. From there, we provide the weekly progress report that allows the teacher to see not just one child in a class, but the entire class in terms of how they are performing, thereby enabling them to be able to really become proactive in terms of assisting learners really fall in love with the subject, which is called mathematics. And fast forward to 2023, a lot has happened with regards to Nubian Smarts. We've introduced new products. We have introduced new products and new services. Our new services are around really us, then the same schools that we are going to, and the children that have been part of the New Maths Kids family. As they grow, we started seeing that there was a gap with regards to them accessing services such as learning how to code, learning how to do robotics. And if you think about it, the number of schools that are actually able to access, even through the Department of Basic Education, robotics and coding, are very few, and most of them are not in townships. So we are now creating a situation whereby you find that even more kids are getting left behind in a world whereby we need to be ensuring that your kids are getting ready for the world of automation and artificial intelligence. These children that are in townships and rural communities, because of their social economic factors, they're now not able to be part of that growth path. So we then decided that we're going to host culinary coding workshops. So we introduce kids to cooking, coding, robotics, arts through our 5-hour workshops. The workshops are either through the school calling us to come host an actual workshop at the school, or the ones that we host on our own and we sell tickets directly through to parents and they then decide to send their learners there. We've also introduced the culinary coding box, which has videos that the children can follow in terms of learning robotics, coding, cooking. It has all the resources that you would need in order for you to be able to really tap in and get an introduction into coding and robotics. With regards to cooking, we really thought cooking and science are really one and the same thing. So it made sense for us in terms of how would you introduce a 6-year-old to the world of science, other than teaching them how to cook, other than teaching them how to follow a recipe, other than teaching them the effect of that temperature has on certain products, how if you heat up a certain ingredient, this is what happens. If you freeze it, this is what happens. And really, this is our way of introducing STEM to communities that really wouldn't have the opportunity for that. Over the past couple of years, the main key takeaways that I've taken as a founder of Nubian Smarts is don't stop talking to your customers. Their insights are valuable even after you've built your product, even after they've started paying. Continue talking to them. They will help you grow. They will help you see things in a way that is different. What they love about the product might not be what I love about the product. So, for example, the teachers love the product because for them, it allows kids that don't usually talk in class for them to be able to see what it is that they're struggling with, especially with classes whereby you find there's different languages. You find that the kids are joining schools at different ages. Others will join as young as 2 years old. Others join the school only at 6 years old because they're getting ready for the grade 1 transition. So there's those things that we couldn't have thought about when we were designing New Maths Kids app. Secondly, be willing to collaborate. Culinary coding is a partnership between me and qualified chefs. So it's Nubian Smarts together with qualified chefs such as La Fusion chefs and Darling Tammy's that really helped us to really create the cooking side of the curriculum, to say this is what is important with regards to how you introduce kids into cooking. And then this then becomes the science behind everything that we do. The third thing is be willing to pivot, be willing to change who your market is, be willing to change who it is that you want to talk to. And fourthly, never lose your true north. The reason why I started Nubian Smart, the reason was because I wanted kids to fall in love with mathematics. I wanted to create an army of problem solvers, not only in Katlehong, but throughout the African continent. That has never changed in everything that we do, in every product that we add. The idea is, how do we reach more and more kids, kids that are sitting in rural areas, kids that whose parents are struggling with unaffordability, parents who are keen in terms of really ensuring that kids get access to the right sort of education. How do you do that? Is by really sticking through to True North Star and saying, this is what we are about. We are unapologetically about creating an army of problem solvers, and we believe we can only do this by ensuring that we empower the young generation from communities where lack is a serious thing, by ensuring that our products are not only affordable, but they are also engaging, they are also educational, and they also ignite a need within them to see problems and see problems as opportunities. And I think this is me ending off. Please feel free to ask any questions. Garab, I'm not sure if people are allowed to unmute themselves or what, if they want to ask questions. Garabo?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Hello?
Hey,
Yes.
you can hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, cool. So thank you so much for that beautiful presentation. What I'm saying is I'm not sure if Samson can help us out, because on my side I can't see if there are any comments or if there are any questions that are placed on the platform. So if Samson can help me just to display some questions or comments, that I can really do so. So Mr. Lucky Ditero, the convener for the Startup Business Festival, said this is absolutely awesome. So that's a very amazing comment from Mr. Lucky Ditero. And also Kundile Mtembo said a very insightful session. Thank you to the festival and Lungile. This was amazing. So what was your take, obviously, for you to showcase your presentation? How was that experience for you, Lungile?
It's been great. At least you guys didn't see the nerves on my face, so the video not
Yeah,
working.
you dodged one there. Eh?
But it's been so much fun. Thank you so much for the opportunity and really for allowing us to share our story.
Yeah. Obviously, you're doing incredible work with Nubian Smarts. Very, very great initiative, and obviously, you really explained in detail the beautiful work that you guys are doing in the economy. Wish you all the best of luck, and obviously, thank you for taking us through the masterclass, looking at shaping the future of social entrepreneurs. Now, the future of social entrepreneurship is poised for dynamic growth, right? Driven by a heightened emphasis on sustainability and as well as technological innovation and a global shift towards conscious communalism. Social entrepreneurs will play a central role in shaping a business landscape where social impact and profitability seamlessly coexist, ushering in an era where purpose-driven ventures are not just applauded, but integral to economic success. As a societal and environmental concern takes center stage, social entrepreneurs will continue to be a powerful catalyst for positive change on a global scale. And obviously, you have emphasized the power of a technology playing that role in the social economy. Lungile, thank you so much on behalf of the Startup Business Campus team, on behalf of Karabo Mohole, which is me, on behalf of Samson Nkosi, on behalf of Agnes Nyate, on Kundule. Kondile Umtembo, Mr. Lucky Ditero, Tepo, Lukube Jobe, and Faith Caesar Kelly. We thank you so much for being part of our beautiful team. And this is Startup Business Campus, where we make entrepreneurship fashionable and attainable, where we have it for the entire month of November, where we focus on all important four sectors. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Have an incredible day, and yeah, have an amazing one. And also, please do make sure if you guys have any suggestions. Well, we have a slot for Thursday. We have pitches and showcases. Please do make sure you guys email agnes@icrdgroup.com so you guys can be part of the pitching sessions that are happening on Thursday. So please do make sure if you guys want to be part of the pitches. We're focusing primarily this week on entrepreneurship for social change. If you want to pitch, if you want to be a winner and you want investors to hear your beautiful idea, please do make sure you guys email agnes@icrdgroup.com. See you on Thursday in terms of the regards of the pitches. Have a beautiful one. Tomorrow we have 2 sessions of panel discussion starting at 10 a.m. and also the second session will be at 2 p.m. From the rest of the team, have a great one. Peace. Thank you, Lungile.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Welcome to the Startup Business Festival. This is a dynamic, month-long hybrid event aimed at redefining entrepreneurship, making it not just a pursuit but a lifestyle. Focused on tech entrepreneurship in environmental, creative and
Hi, everybody. I hope you're well. Lucky here from the Startup Business Campus. We're super excited that we're having an amazing. Hi, everybody. I hope you're well. Lucky here from the Startup Business Campus. We're super excited that we're having an amazing discussion. And today we'll be looking into our series called I Am a Social Entrepreneur. That's an affirmation, right? And we'll be hearing from some of the most dynamic social entrepreneurs I know who are doing the most in different sectors. So I think with this discussion, we'll be able to really look into the different dimension of the practice of social entrepreneurship. But beyond this, we'll also be looking into the concept itself. What does it really mean, and what does it really take to actually build and scale your social enterprise? There are people who are, who love this concept and so forth. There are myths as well associated with what is and what is not a social entrepreneur. So I hope you're going to enjoy yourselves and have as much fun as I will, because learning is the most important thing that we do, right? We must have the right know-how and know what, and to develop it, it's through looking and observing people who are doing and also hearing from them and seeing how they have become who they are today, and great panel, an amazing panel of what I call thought and practice leaders, because you've been doing it, you've been thinking about it. So I'd like to start with my brother there. Just please introduce yourself.
Hi to everyone and hi to the panel. Thank you so much for the opportunity. So my name is Unkosina Twagazwane from Kwatema Springs in the East Rand. I'm a social entrepreneur. I'm a philanthropist. I'm the co-founder of Ekasi Fashion Week. It's a platform for designers, models, beauticians, and the whole fashion industry. I'm a fashion buyer. I'm also a creative director of Umsindo Innovation Hub. It's a hub for extraordinary talent. So we manage artists, make sure dreams come true. And the last thing, I'm also, I can say, a director of a production company called Township Media House. So basically what I do, I make noise in Ashopa. I'm loud. Just fun energy. I do a lot of things, but more than anything, I'm just passionate about the townships. I'm just passionate about seeing a black man win. So anyhow I can help someone, that brings fulfillment to me.
Awesome. A jam-packed and awesome, engagement with our panelists. Hope this will be a treat to you. My sister.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Portia Mabungu. I own a company called PRT Logical Solutions. I am a social entrepreneur, and I focus on innovation for people living with disabilities. And I focus on the humanitarian side of life because I love helping people and seeing equality through a non-equal world.
Super.
Awesome. Hi guys, I'm excited to be here. My name is Innocentia Mtembu, and I am a social entrepreneur. I'm passionate about helping children discover their true potential through the medium of film. I love creating a space where they can be free, where they can express themselves, and really find out what their God-given purpose is, and just cheer them on as they go out into the world and fulfill it.
Fantastic. Jam-packed, power-packed. We'll be hearing a lot about the subject of social entrepreneurship from people who've been doing it, and so excited. Sister.
Good morning, all. My name is Bongile Mungadi. I'm originally from the township of Soweto. I serve as the founder of a company called Ukuhamba Prosthetics and Artics. So Ukuhamba actually leverages the digital technology for faster sustainability and affordability of prosthetics to improve the living conditions of amputees and those that are actually living with physical disability. So in a nutshell, we are into your biomanufacturing and tech health care industry. Thank you.
Super, super. I love the you know, how broad, you know, the space, and how, like, you guys are helping me to understand that social entrepreneurship is not only doing soup kitchens. You are really helping to demystify what this practice is, you know, because we've seen, but let me not go there. I was almost going to be very controversial, but I'll run away from controversy for now. Okay, so let's try to define social entrepreneurship in an African context. What is social entrepreneurship?
Personally, social entrepreneurship to me is Ubuntu, more than anything. Looking at history from a long time ago, we've been doing these things, just we didn't have terms. Our parents have been doing bartering, they've been doing collaboration, they've been doing it unaware of the names. What happened now is they started to label these things, and then now we took out that thing, because those things could have evolved to suit now at times. So I think for me personally, social entrepreneurship is a calling, but in plain term for a layman person, it's Ubuntu, where you are helping yourself, but you help another person.
Just for a person maybe listening, and you know, I mean, I know that we've got our Scandinavian friends who've been hearing this Ubuntu concept. What is this? I know Ubuntu is a way of life. It's a philosophy that is practiced here on the African continent, and also people in the diaspora are also practicing it. And I've also seen Ubuntu practiced by some of my Caucasian friends. Actually, some of them actually have more Ubuntu than the people who should inherently have Ubuntu. What is Ubuntu? Anybody? Yep.
I think Ubuntu, it definitely does tie into social entrepreneurship, because it's all about, you know, that whole thing of like, I exist because you exist, basically. We are there together. I can't be and be successful and flourish while you are suffering and, you know, are in a dark space. So I think Ubuntu is all about living in community, where the community thrives because everybody is an active member. And not thinking about yourself selfishly of what I can do, what I want to pursue, but it's actually finding out, I can actually do this really well, but I'm also going to give you a hand up to say, this is how I did it, you can too, function where you are, you know. So I think it's that, living as a community, which is, I think, how we're supposed to live.
That's interesting. And any further additions on this very interesting?
From Ubuntu, I can make an example for people to understand. Ubuntu is basically you having a spinach, I'm having potatoes, you understanding that you need me, I need you. When you have surplus, you share to me, I share to you. And then we both have meals. That's how Ubuntu can be defined for me.
My brothers bring it down to, to the ground, so we really understand what Ubuntu really is in practical terms. I love this, because, when you spend time with thought and practice leaders, the beauty of it is really being able to bring it down to earth. So, because sometimes I find that these ideas live in a sort of a metaphorical or metaphysical space, and we do not really bring them home. And I'm so glad that you're able to say to a 5-year-old sitting and trying to figure out what is this concept of Ubuntu, then they can practically give an example of what it is. Let's hear more on the subject of Ubuntu, and maybe if you want to also just expound a bit on the social entrepreneurship. And if you don't agree, and I don't accept that we will all agree that social entrepreneurship is Ubuntu, maybe there's another dimension to it. Let's explore it.
I have a question and answer. Do we actually practice Ubuntu?
Wow.
We're always throwing this word around and thinking if you're nice to another person, nice to another color or creed, we practice Ubuntu. What about the people who forget about it? Yeah, I'm talking basically about people with disabilities. Again, I say very often us people with abilities, we take it for granted.
Wow. Going
to the bathroom, we take for granted. Being able to go to bed, we take for granted. So when we see somebody else in that position, do we ever say, hey, this person's in a wheelchair, can we maybe help them, push them up the slope? Ubuntu comes in different forms, and if we can really practice the humanity side of it, then we can practice Ubuntu.
Sure. I see, Bongile, you've got fired up a bit there. So let me invite you.
No, I actually agree with my colleague, Portia. To be honest, like for me as one, I don't know how it feels like to live with someone who's actually living with physical disability. None of my family members is actually living with a physical disability. But when one was actually, experienced this personal experience from one of the local hospital where an amputee was not able to access a prosthetic leg, then to me, like literally that provoked me to say, yes, today it might not be me, but what if it could be me or one of my loved ones, I think that's where I also like demonstrated Ubuntu, because I literally had to go and put myself in the amputee shoe to try to picture this, to say, maybe this could be my mother, or this would be maybe my late sister, or something like that, What would have I done, So I think that's where I also practice Ubuntu. Then that's how Ukuhamba was actually funded, And also just to add on social entrepreneurship, my understanding with social entrepreneurship, I don't disagree from what my colleague has just said. I do agree it has to do with Ubuntu, but social entrepreneurship also, for me, it actually means that it's like you are able to actually solve, social problems or social issues within your own community. And then from the very same point, you're also able to actually generate money out of it, It's not like more of an NGO kind of thing, but it's like, okay, for the fact that now we are actually trying to help the ones that are actually living with physical disability, producing those prosthetics, right? Of course, we are solving a social need, but however, we are actually charging as well so that we can sustain the business as well, and we can also earn a living out of it.
You're helping to really demystify a couple of things. So social enterprise versus a non-profit. How do we do it and how do we navigate? Very exciting and very impactful way. I mean, I love the fact that you're saying, yes, there is money to be made in solving societal issues. We don't have to feel like because I'm doing the Ubuntu thing that I cannot actually build a viable business. So you're saying it's okay for a social entrepreneur to drive a Ferrari? Anybody?
Please say it's okay.
My panelists make sure to be very, divided on this matter. So let's hear.
Are you gonna go?
Okay. So before I go there, I think, because once we did a program for a disability home, one of the lessons I learned there, we approach these things with sympathy. We feel sorry, and our helps, when we help them now, we help them from that space which is not productive. Because what they told me, that they have their own guardian, one was using crutches. They told me, don't look at me and feel sorry for me. I'm differently able.
Sure.
I was like, yo. And there's nothing they couldn't do. He was carrying boxes, but using crutches. That changed my mind to say, let's not operate from a space of lack and sympathy, but operate from a space of abundance. Don't see him as a disabled person who needs a handout. Because I think when we plan things, we are not inclusive of other communities. We just see what we are exposed to. Because there's little things we could do which don't even require money.
Sure.
If we are being truthful, 3 or 4 minds can come up with something that doesn't even require funds to help. Building a ramp for them to come in, pushing them, is nothing that must need millions. So I think if you operate from that space, and I think for a lot of times we as givers help and forget about ourselves.
Sure.
And not make money. It's okay to have money, guys. Like, it's okay. I actually am convinced. I'm actually convinced the biggest sin is being broke.
Sure.
I'm convinced the biggest sin is being broke. When you're broke, you're thinking about all these wrong things. How can I make money? Having abundance of money and living through grace, you are able to help. But being broke can frustrate you. So I think we've been taught that no, we must not have money, no, we must not enter certain spaces. How will we help our communities if we are broke? Because we always pour from an empty cup.
Sure.
So I think I can drive a Ferrari, build those centers, and we coexist, guys.
That's so
Wow.
good. I love it. I love his energy. He's like, come on, guys, like, do it. So you have been given permission to go make money. But I think on the social entrepreneurship part, I think I was really inspired by what she was saying, because with our kids that we work with, kids ranging from the age of 8 to 18, what I love to tell them is find a need and fill it, and whatever way that you are able to fill it, do it, because yes, we use the medium of film to teach them a skill, to teach them, so many life skills, but we're saying wherever you find yourself, whether you're going to become a lawyer, a doctor, whatever, wherever you find yourself, look up, okay? Find a need and fill it, you know. So you don't have to be, you know, a specific person or whatever. Just find yourself wherever you are, look up and live selflessly, because I think that's where you're able to. So get into business, but your business will be for a purpose. You'll be getting into business to actually do something.
Wow. I mean, this is really, really incredible. And Portia, I want to go back to that question that you really, I mean, that we talk about this philosophy of Ubuntu. Do we actually practice it? And I saw Sbongile actually saying for her idea generation or entrepreneurial or social entrepreneurial process came from really putting yourself in the shoes of a person who, you know, went through the situation. In your case, I know that you actually literally had to go through the situation to really, for that aha moment to happen and to really be empathetic. I won't use sympathetic, but empathetic, right, to the people, to actually be the people, to experience the pains that the people are actually experiencing and actually solve from that particular, you know, perspective. What can we do to not scrap the Ubuntu philosophy, but to really bring it back in our businesses, in our homes, in our churches, in our hospitals, everywhere, to sort of drive that I am because you are philosophy?
I think that we work together as teamwork and work as a community. Every day we go through something. Every day we either go through it or we see somebody going through it. If we could set ourselves aside and think, what could I do differently to help that person or change the situation for them or myself, and start creating things from there and start creating, it becomes a huge cycle. Like if I see something like something with the carpet and I know my colleagues are going to trip over it, I'm going to easily think about the next person and flatten the surface so the next person doesn't have to trip over it. So we can have to start thinking about each other, start helping each other, start taking each other out of situations, and that we can create a community of love and Ubuntu.
Wow. I see somebody is nodding, and all my panelists are actually nodding right now, you know, on this philosophy of Ubuntu. So just tell me, how did you get your idea, right? So how do ideas occur to you? You know, how did your first social enterprise idea come about? Yeah, let me actually hear from Nati.
I personally think, Mina, I'm more of an ideas person. The strangest places I could come up with a solution. I don't know. Sometimes I go in a taxi, I see a problem, and I even see clearly the solution. So, like my mind, sometimes as a creative, live in our mind. Like a lot of things are flowing. You see a problem, and you see, like even now when he was talking about what she does and the sister what they do, and my mind is clear on the solution. I'm even thinking of who I need to connect them with, because there's a guy who I've been following. He calls himself the wheelchair doctor. All wheelchairs are not inclusive, so you can't push it. This guy is creating those state-of-the-art wheelchairs where now they don't need much to travel the wheelchair. It's so big, it supports even someone who's making you climb the ramp. It's so user-friendly. There's even a lot of guys who are in that space. There's even one who wants to do presenting. We've been interviewing her, like she was telling me now, I see you do a lot of events, but it seems like you've forgotten about our community. I'm like, hey son, I didn't think of that. She's so, and it's her cousin. I was shocked. So I'm working with him, but the cousin is in that space and is doing amazing work. So I think if we are aware and self-aware, solution can start to occur, because we don't live in silos, if you can think of that. Everyone needs each other. Even if you can have everything, you still need something to do something. So I think if we operating from that space, people living with albinism, disability. So I'm an ideas man. I think I will never go broke. I refuse.
I love that.
My ideas come each and every time. You know, I'm always thinking, because one thing about me, I get excited quick. Someone will be talking about that thing, I'm like, in my spirit, I'm like, we need to talk, I need to connect. Even if I'm not benefiting from that, I need to connect with someone. Want you. The only thing I ask from you, pass on the baton. Sometimes we too, it's mine. Pass on the baton. When someone is equipped, the mentality is equip another one, especially the young ones. So my ideas are everywhere.
Portia, how do you get your ideas? How did you get your your first idea, particularly for people who may not be, aware, is your business the first Hi, everybody. I hope you're well. Lucky here from the Startup Business Campus. We're super excited that we're
Disability. So me now, man, I tell man, I think I will never go broke. I refuse.
I love that.
My ideas come each and every time. You know, I'm always thinking, because one thing about me, I get excited quick. Someone will be talking about that thing, I'm like, in my spirit, I'm like, we need to talk, I need to connect. Even if I'm not benefiting from that, I need to connect with someone. Want you. But the only thing I ask from you, pass on the baton. Sometimes we too, pass on the baton. When someone is equipped, their mentality is equip another one, especially the young ones. So my ideas are everywhere.
Portia, how do you get your ideas? How did you get your first idea, particularly for people who may not be, aware? Is your business the first business you started?
I'm hoping I don't get my second idea from what happened to me the first time. It's very painful. My idea came up from experience when I fell off a three-story building and I broke my pelvis and I ended up in a wheelchair myself. And going through all that pain, that depression, that, of having my mother and granny now having to lift me off the wheelchair and put me onto the toilet pot and then lift me back up. It wasn't just my pain, I also saw their pain as well. And that's when I started thinking to myself, if I'm going to be in this situation for this short period of time, what about those who come after me or have to stay in this position for the rest of their lives? So that's how I came up with my solution. I never knew I was going to become an innovator. I never knew what an innovator was. I didn't expect to become an entrepreneur because I didn't have the entrepreneurial mindset, but I knew that one day I was on board to work for somebody. So I'm like, I'll take it for the family. I'll marry a rich guy or a rich woman. And you know what? It didn't happen. God was like, no way, child. But that's how I ended up being an entrepreneur and an innovator through experience. But one thing that experience taught me was it's not just about you. You are not the only person in this entire world or to yourself that matters. There are other people out there that are going through worse than what you go. Having a plate of food on your table is a privilege. So why not also put food on other people's tables as well? And through that, that's why I believe I'm a social entrepreneur, because I have, like my brother, we have many ideas that I want to do socially, but in order to do that, I have to make money. And I'm going to tell you now, my dream car is an Aston Martin DB9. And one day I will give myself that. But how am I going to be content with the gift I'm giving myself if I'm not content with the gift I'm giving someone else through those innovations? So that's a give and take as well.
Wow. Exciting things. I mean, you are already, evoking other questions, on this very important subject. But before I get carried away, I'm going to invite my sister. Please take me through your idea. How did you arrive at your business idea?
Sure. So for me, it all went back to, knowing that from my background of, coming from a Christian family, always being told that, you have a purpose, God has got something, in store for you and all of that. I've always desired to live purposefully, and I think I tried the regular route where you go to school, get a good job, worked for a bit, but that itching desire was still there to say, is this it? Is this all? Am I just born to do the 9-to-5 thing and then be happy and content with my life? And I started really desiring to live a life of purpose and passion. I even started hashtagging that in my posts, this is what I was thinking about, live with purpose and passion. And then I decided to look at what I had. I was like, how can I live with purpose and passion? What do I have in front of me? And my skill set, which was my background in videography and film, and my passion for children. I love children. I've always been known as someone who loves kids. People love leaving their kids with me, forgetting them sometimes, but, and I thought, let me bring these together, and this can be my way of living purposefully, and then obviously realizing that it can't just function as like a charity type of setup. I have to generate income. I have to support this thing so that it can actually do more good, because you can't really help anybody if you are not able to help yourself. So so that's where it came. And now I call it my God idea, because truly, I really think it is a God idea, because It's really I'm able to speak life into children. I'm able to really encourage them, cheer them on, and help them discover that potential, that thing that they've kind of stored inside that nobody may be telling them. And we're able to see them do amazing things in whatever industry they get to. So yeah, just living purposefully, really.
Wow. Living purposefully. I'm sure you're also you're also going through the maze of trying to find that idea and how to go about it. I hope as you're listening to our panelists today, you're getting inspired and getting some good ideas on where you can actually essentially find your ideas. So social entrepreneurship, I mean, it's a relatively new sector. I mean, I know that the word itself was coined in the 80s, or at least it found expression in the 80s. It's attributed to a gentleman, Mr. Bill, I think, Drayton, from Ashoka, an organization that is doing some incredible things to mainstream the practice of social entrepreneurship. But you have actually brought some really interesting dimension to it. I hear Mr. must have, coined it as social entrepreneurship and so forth. But we've been doing this. This is part of our indigenous knowledge systems. It's not really something that is a foreign, or we need to just understand how do we take this and really bring it home, and to actually look into how we've been practicing it without actually calling it social entrepreneurship, or I'm a social entrepreneur and all kinds of stuff. So I want to look into people talk about entrepreneurs, be they social or whatever sector they may be, right? All organizations require an investment, whether they are, social or not. How you actually raised the necessary resources, how you mobilized. Let me actually use the word mobilized. Resources for your startup or your social enterprise, your initial mobilization. Take me through that process, maybe for the benefit of the people. Just introduce the concept itself. What is it that you do, and who do you do it for, and how you got to actually raise the resources or put together this entity. Yeah.
Okay, I'll start here. So I've always said a mantra when I was starting up this 26 years ago, which says, a vision without execution is an illusion. So everyone is allowed to dream, everyone is allowed to have ideas, but what differentiates winners and losers is the action. Whether that action you start it and it doesn't go the way you want, but action, because in that action you get lessons. So me, I've done most of my things even on a zero budget, because my mind is filled with abundance. Everything, everywhere I go, I see ideas, I see how I can bargain and leverage. Because we are so fixated in funding. We have that idea and we even have the solution how it will work, but starting is the issue. I hate entrepreneurs who come into the room, we invite them to I was doing seminars. We invite them, the big guys, they motivate you, get high. When they walk out of the room, you don't know to start. So I want movement. If you talk to me, say, hey guys, they're talking about compliance, how can I register? Say, APC, you do it. Next time, hey, I've tried this now, I need funding. Okay, there's no funding. Let's go to the streets and say, remove our pride. You won't see me like this when it's time to work. I started like a woman fire, I was selling cigarettes. They'll tell you I was selling events, I was shooting. There's nothing I don't do. If there's a goal, you remove the excuses, you remove government, you just focus on that goal. Because sometimes we it's always why things are going wrong. We are always pointing, but we never point ourselves to say, I'm actually a hindrance to myself. Sometimes we hinder ourselves. That there's no opportunity. You must come to a panel here, and you're coming in taxi. It's on 8 o'clock. You leave 8 o'clock at home. What are you expecting? So even time, even taking one thing and multiplying, because all these concepts, when they go on to religion, they're almost the same. Because they teach you about abundance, they teach you about saving, they teach you about taking one fish and multiplying it. Your main thing is to start. Me, I always say start. We meet on the next time, we want nothing. If the next day you are still there, me run away from you.
I'm going to repeat that.
They know.
Me run away from you.
Me, I enjoy to put teams together because I realized when you're setting up teams for your company or whatever, don't go chasing for a team. Your only job as a visionary is to cast the vision. Those who hear will be fired up. They will know what to do. But Tina, when we have a vision, we have an idea, we go to our aunt, we go to our friend, thinking they will contribute. once you go there, you feel drained. You say, I want to start it. You say, I can't. Me, I know at my house. I sleep in the East End, but I'm everywhere. Me, my home is everywhere. I have friends today. I know when I'm stranded, I call you my friend. I sleep there. So once you have that abundance mentality and operating from that space, you actually remove the problems. We have problems. We know them, guys. We all know the problems. Where are the solutions? Because there's a saying that says, in the midst of chaos, there's opportunities. So when there's problems, you must know that we must rise. We must rise to solve these problems. We can't be having problems and we're entrepreneurs. We can't come up with something, somewhere. And then there's a problem in this thing.
I really love that. I mean, the abundance mindset and also resourcefulness. Sometimes they say the poverty is not the absence of food, but the inability to use available resources to create the food. So sometimes if we operate from a deficiency mindset, we will always be seeing the cup as half empty than half full. And that really prevents us from being able to move forward, because we always talk about funding as a hindrance. And I'm glad that you're talking about this, what we talk about in development studies, that asset-based community development. What do we have? And the Christian faith will say, what do you have in your house? And you know. So it's really being able to leverage the skill sets, the knowledge, the networks to really be able to mobilize the resources. Thank you so much. And Portia, what's your thought on this?
So why not also put food on other people's tables as well? And through the
It's attributed to a gentleman, Mr. Bill, I think, Drayton, from Ashoka, an organization that is doing some incredible things to mainstream the practice of social entrepreneurship. But you have actually brought some really interesting dimension to say, I hear Mr. must have, coined it as social entrepreneurship and so forth, but we've been doing this. This is part of our indigenous knowledge systems. It's not really something that is a foreign or, we need to just understand how do we take this and really bring it home and to actually look into how we've been practicing it without actually calling it social entrepreneurship or I'm a social entrepreneur and all kinds of stuff. So I want to look into people talk about entrepreneurs, be they social or whatever sector they may be, right? All organizations require an investment, whether they are, social or not. Take me through how you actually raised the necessary resources, how you mobilized. Let me actually use the word mobilized. Resources for your startup or your social enterprise, your initial mobilization. Take me through that process, maybe for the benefit of the people. Just introduce the concept itself. What is it that you do and who do you do it for, and how you got to actually raise the resources or put together this entity. Yeah.
Okay, I'll start here. So I've always said a mantra when I was starting out this 26 years ago, which says, a vision without execution is an illusion. So everyone is allowed to dream, everyone is allowed to have ideas, but what differentiates winners and losers is the action. Whether that action you study it and it doesn't go the way you want, but action, because in that action you get lessons. So me, I've done most of my things even on a zero budget because my mind is filled with abundance. Everything, everywhere I go, I see ideas, I see how I can bag and leverage. Understand? Because we are so fixated in funding. We have that idea and we even have the solution how it will work, but starting is the issue. I hate entrepreneurs who come into the room, we invite them to, if I was doing seminars, we invite them, the big guys, they motivate you, get high. When they walk out of the room, you don't know to start. So I want movement. If you talk to me, say, hey guys, they're talking about compliance, why can I register? Say, APC, you do it. Next time, hey, I've tried this now, I need funding. Okay, there's no funding. Let's go to the streets and say, remove our pride. You won't see me like this when it's time to work. I started like a woman fire, I was selling cigarettes. They'll tell you I was selling events, I was shooting. There's nothing I don't do. If there's a goal, you remove the excuses, you remove government, you just focus on that goal. Because sometimes we it's always why things are going wrong. We are always pointing, but we never point ourselves to say, I'm actually a hindrance to myself. Sometimes we hinder ourselves. That is no opportunity. You must come to the panel here, and you're coming in taxi. It's on 8 o'clock, you leave 8 o'clock at home. What are you expecting? So even time, even taking one thing and multiplying, because all these concepts, when I go on to religion, they're almost the same. Because they teach about abundance, they teach about saving, they teach about taking one fish and multiplying. Your main thing is to start. Me, I always say start. We meet on the next time, we want nothing. If the next day you are still there, me run away from you.
I'm going to repeat that. Me run away from you.
Me, I enjoy to put teams together because I realized when you're setting up teams for your company or whatever, don't go chasing for a team. Your only job as a visionary is to cast the vision. Those who here will be fired up, they will know what to do. But Tina, when we have a vision, we have an idea, we go to our aunt, we go to our friend, thinking they will contribute. And once you go there, you feel great. You say, I want to start this. You say, me, I know at my house, I sleep in the East End, but I'm everywhere. Me, my home is everywhere. I have friends today. I know when I'm stranded, I call you my friend. I sleep there. So once you have that abundance mentality and operating from that space, you actually remove the problems. We have problems. We know them, guys. We all know the problems. Where are the solutions? Because there's a saying that says, in the midst of chaos, there's opportunities. So where there's problems, you must know which we must rise. We must rise to solve these problems. We can't be having problems and we're entrepreneurs. We can't come up with something, somewhere. And then there's a problem in this thing.
I really love that. I mean, the abundance mindset and also resourcefulness. Sometimes they say the poverty is not the absence of food, but the inability to use available resources to create the food. So sometimes if we operate from a deficiency mindset, we will always be seeing the cup as half empty than half full. And that really prevents us from being able to move forward, because we always talk about funding as a hindrance. And I'm glad that you're talking about this, what we talk about in development studies, that asset-based community development. What do we have? And the Christian faith will say, what do you have in your house? And you know. So it's really being able to leverage the skill sets, the knowledge, the networks to really be able to mobilize the resources. Thank you so much. And Portia, what's your thought on this?